Call to order at 5 o'clock. This is a board workshop. I'm sorry, 4:30. Board workshop of the Board of Trustees, McAllen School District, which is being held today, Monday, June the 7th, 2021, and it was scheduled to begin promptly at 4:30 in the Texas Our Texas Staff Development Building, Achieve Early College High School, which is at 1601 North 27th Street, McAllen, Texas 78501. At this meeting, there will be discussion by the board on items and subjects listed as follows. Public comments related to this meeting can be handled as follows, either through going to our website, which is McAllen ISD .org/page/public comments. Or public comments may also be made in person, subject to social distancing requirements at the Texas Our Texas Room, Staff Development Building, again at Achieve Early College High School. The other way is through going through a video conference, going to www.mcallen-isd.org/page/school-board-meetings, or by simply calling by telephone to the number 956-618-1694. For public comments for the public workshop today, we do have one speaker who signed up, and that is Clarissa Riojas. Her topic is employee compensation plan. Is Ms. Riojas on the phone? Oh, she's here in person. Ms. Riojas, if you'd like to go up to the podium. Before you start, I'm required by statute to read the following, okay? Statement for introducing the public comment segment on the board meetings, which is Exhibit BED policy. The board encourages public comments at all board meetings. According to board policy BED, local board meetings, public participation, and related district administrative procedures and practices. Number one, persons wanting to make a statement to the board are required to register with the board secretary 1 hour to the start of the scheduled meeting. Number two, audience participation at a board meeting is limited to the early stage of a meeting. At all other times during a board meeting, the audience shall not enter into discussion or debate on matters being considered by the board unless requested. Each participant is limited to 2 minutes per meeting to make comments to the board. A regular board meeting, the board shall permit public comments regardless of whether the topic is an item on the agenda posted with notice of the meeting. On all other meetings, which this is, board meetings, public comment shall be limited to only items on the agenda posted with notice of the meeting. Item 6, the board shall not deliberate or decide regarding any subject that is not included on the agenda posted with notice of the meeting. If an issue mentioned is on tonight's agenda, the board will defer discussion of the issue until the appropriate time during the meeting. Number 7, should the speaker drift from the stated subject or become disruptive or abusive, he or she shall be given 1 warning. If a second warning is required, then the speaker may forfeit the remaining time allotted. The board shall not tolerate disruption of the meeting by members of the audience. The board has adopted complaint policies that are designed to secure at the lowest administrative level a prompt and equitable resolution of complaints and concerns. And for students and or parents, it's under policy F and G. For employees, it's policy DGBA. And for citizens, it's policy GF. And they're located on our website at McAllen-ISD.org. Trustee Aleceda is our board secretary. And if you would, you take the time. And you have 2 minutes. Your 2 minutes will start as soon as you start speaking. And then Trustee Aleceda will let you know when your 2 minutes are up, unless you want a warning like 20 seconds before the end that your time's about to come. You don't need a warning. Fair enough, then you'll have 2 minutes. Whenever you're ready, yes?
I just want to make sure that everyone can hear me.
Yes, go ahead and say it again.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
You may want to move the mic, get a little closer to the mic.
Okay.
Good.
Okay. Board members and MISD community, my name is Clarissa Riojas, and I'm the Vice President for the McAllen American Federation of Teachers, and I've been a teacher with McAllen ISD for the past 7 years. I'm here today calling on you to support the employee compensation proposal that was presented to you by McAllen AFT. For the past year, custodians, bus drivers, teachers, counselors, paraprofessionals, cafeteria workers, and the rest of our MISD community have worked tirelessly to serve our children, while doing our best to keep our community safe from the COVID-19 virus. This has been the hardest year to serve as a school professional as we fought to protect our physical and mental health while performing our duties during a global pandemic. With the incoming ESSER 3 funds, we have a real opportunity to better public education and remedy some of the many challenges we were presented with throughout the pandemic. One of the ways that we do this is by investing in our school employees and paying them fairly. McAllen ISD has garnered much support for its employee compensation plan that proposes a 4% increase for all MISD employees. And to retain our highly skilled professionals, we are also asking for a $2,500 retention as well as $50 hourly summer school pay. Surrounding districts are already moving on how to best keep their school workers, and MISD employees are carefully watching to ensure that our district does the same and is up to par with neighboring districts. We are asking you to respect us, invest in us, and retain us as we continue to do the work to make our McAllen ISD the district of champions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Yokas, for your time and consideration in coming before us with your comments. This will conclude the public comment portion of the meeting, which was item 2. We'll now proceed to item number 3, which is discussion of the 2021-2022 budget. Dr. Gonzalez.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. The Texas Education Agency and School Board Policy CE require McAllen ISD to prepare a budget of anticipated expenditures and revenues before June 19th and approved by the Board of Trustees by June 30th. Mrs. Cindy Medrano Richards, Assistant Superintendent for Business Operations, will present the 8th budget workshop for the 2021-2022 budget. Ms. Richards.
Thank you, Dr. Gonzalez. This evening, we will be discussing the annual budget book. We will be reviewing federal grants and also reviewing campus programs. We'll begin this afternoon with a review of the annual budget book. I will be presenting some key information regarding the 21-22 annual budget book. Thank you. I'll begin with the budget overview, which highlights both revenue and expenditure factors considered during the budget development process. Key revenue factors include the following. Enrollment is expected to decrease based on prior year trends. A charter school is opening grade levels within city boundaries, and there may be a possible increase in homeschool programs. This does affect school state funding. Preliminary certified assessed values increased 5.70% from 2020 to 2021. This affects both tax collections and state funding. As a result of HB 3, tax compression continues. Additionally, due to damage sustained by Hurricane Hannah, the district may declare a disaster the year following the disaster. This allows our district to increase the M&O tax rate from 1.045 to 1.0486, as the INS tax rate decreases from 0.0936 to 0.0890, for a total tax rate decrease of 0.0010, from $1.1386 to $1.1376. We'll also see a decrease in interest revenue due to the current market conditions resulting in low interest rates, a decrease in the child nutrition program due to the projected decrease in students, a decrease in state funding due to a decrease in ADA, and due to the COVID-19 pandemic, the district has taken a conservative approach to various revenue streams, including school health and related services, referred to as SHARS, interest, athletic ticket sales, and field trips. Now I'll review the expenditure key factors. As customary, all expenditures that are not essential to the district's instructional process are analyzed carefully each year. Expenses continue to be focused on improving the district's academic performance rating. Staff levels and positions will continuously be monitored and reviewed. The district will strive to continue to make future staff reductions through attrition. Payroll indicates a salary increase for teachers, librarians, non-teaching professionals, paraprofessionals, and auxiliary staff. The minimum general salary increase for the teachers and librarians is $1,410. The compensation plan indicates the entry-level salary for a beginning 0-year teacher at a minimum of $51,000, and new to McAllen ISD with 20 years plus experience at a maximum of $61,730 salary. The compensation plan indicates a 2.5% pay range midpoint increase for non-teaching professional, paraprofessional, and auxiliary staff. It is our primary goal to provide for increased compensation, recognizing the hard work and long hours of our teachers, support staff, and administrators that they devoted to ensuring quality instruction, regardless of whether the instructional learning environment is remote, face-to-face, or a combination of both. Therefore, administration is recommending the approval of a one-time retention stipend in the amount of $3,000, reimbursed from the Elementary and Secondary School Emergency Relief Funds, referred to as ESER 3, for all employees who are employed by the district on a full-time basis as of September 15th, 2021, and remain employed as of December 1st, 2021. Eligible full-time employees are defined as persons employed by the district for at least 27.5 hours per week, to include bus drivers and bus aides. This one-time stipend will be paid during December 2021 and is contingent upon allowability of ESER 3 funds and the consideration of the district's revenues and fund balance at the time the plans for such payments are presented. Now we'll go into the revenue and expenditure assumptions and trends. For local program revenues, they are higher compared to last year due to a 5.17% increase in preliminary property values. The total tax rate will decrease to 1.1376 as the district has elected the declared disaster tax rate option, allowing the district to increase the M&O tax rate from $1.045 to $1.0486, and the INS tax rate decreases from 0.0936 to 0.0890 for a total tax rate decrease of 0.0010 from $1.1386 to $1.1376. Additionally, tax collections are based on 96% of the estimated tax levy calculated on historical trends. Interest revenues are lower due to current market conditions, resulting in a decrease in interest rates caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. Athletic revenues are lower due to a decrease in ticket sales at district sporting events. State revenues for the general fund are lower compared to last year due to the decrease in ADA based on trend analysis. The basic allotment weight will remain the same at $6,160. Federal program revenues are lower compared to last year due to decreases in the child nutrition program and school health and related services revenues. The child nutrition program includes a decrease in breakfast and lunch due to participation. The Texas Department of Agriculture has extended flexibilities that allow the child nutrition program to offer supper meals in a non-congregate setting. The child nutrition program has budgeted for an increase in supper meal participation due to this flexibility. SHARS revenues are budgeted to decrease as a result of a reduction of the allowable claims for reimbursement. As we look at other sources, none have been budgeted for our next budget year, 2021-22. And now as we look at the fund balance, we're going to note that the child nutrition program will budget a positive fund balance in order to ensure the financial stability of the program, invest to improve nutritional integrity of the menu, and execute equipment replacement schedules. The district continues to monitor the fund balance to ensure and maintain healthy reserve levels. Now we'll move into our appropriations. Again, for payroll, we do indicate salary increases for teachers, librarians, non-teaching professionals, paraprofessionals, and auxiliary staff. The minimum general salary increase for teachers and librarians is $1,410. The compensation plan indicates the entry-level salary for beginning zero teacher at a minimum of $51,000, and for those with 20-plus years experience, a maximum of $61,730. The plan also indicates a 2.5% pay range midpoint increase for non-teaching professionals, paraprofessionals, and auxiliary staff. And again, to reiterate, the administration is recommending the approval of a one-time stipend, retention stipend, in the amount of $3,000 to be reimbursed through ESSER funds for all employees employed by the district full-time from September 15th, 2021 through December 1st of 2021. It includes all employees working at least 27.5 hours a week, including our bus drivers and bus aides. Again, the district recognizes that the additional payments made to staff as part of the compensation structure and our conduct with the intent to retain employees by keeping compensation levels competitive with the local market. Now we're going to be looking at our self-funded funds, which include our health fund, workers' compensation fund, and unemployment fund. The employer health contribution rate increased to $5,496 for 2021-22 compared to $5,196 for this current year. For the third year, the district has elected to fund the employer contribution of workers' compensation, and the district has elected to fund the employer contribution of unemployment compensation for next year at a rate of $2.60 per employee per month. So when we look at all our three self-funded funds, they are based on employer increases, employer contribution increases. Now that we move on to the professional and contracted services, which are increased due to an increase in student tuition for the McAllen ISD participation in the Regional School for the Deaf, and a decrease in the telephone E-rate, which results in a higher telephone utility expenditure. Supplies and material expenses are lower due to a decrease in general supplies as the district takes a conservative spending approach resulting from decreases in enrollment and state funding. This also includes a decrease in meal participation for the food service department. The decrease in meal participation will decrease the total food cost for the department. Other operating costs had minimal increase, which is mainly due to an increase in the district's insurance rates for next year. Debt service decreased due to the allowable technology refresh capital leases being paid out of ESSER 3 grant funds. For 21-22 fiscal year, capital outlay is being budgeted in the capital projects funds, primarily due to the issuance of the Maintenance Tax Note Series 2020 to address our facilities education master plan. Capital outlay projects include outstanding projects from 2020-21 and are expected to be completed next year. Outstanding projects include HVAC systems, roof replacements, paving, drainage projects, restroom renovations, and science lab renovations at Memorial High School and Rural High School. Other projects include press box renovations at the Memorial Veterans Stadium, exterior door access for all elementary, middle, and high school campuses, gates for play areas at elementary and middle school campuses, auditorium renovations at Rural High School, and the Transportation Department gas tank removal and ag farm improvements. Finally, we've got other uses, which had a minimal decrease due to a reduction in the operating transfer from the general fund to the print shop. And now we'll actually look at our financials. What we have here is a budget summary of the general fund, debt service fund, and the capital projects fund. As you recall, these are the three funds that we are going to request the board to approve next Monday, June 14th. The general fund, which includes food service, and the debt service fund are required by law to have approved by our trustees. The capital projects fund is a fund that we've elected to administratively request approval from our board of trustees. When you look at the general fund, our total revenues are $241,613,703, and our total expenditures are $241,522,789. You'll notice that our revenues do exceed our expenditures when it comes to the general fund, and that's because of the positive fund balance that will be generated by the Child Nutrition Program, our food service program, and that will be in the amount of $90,914. And again, this will be adding $90,914 to their fund balance. So it is a positive move on their part. When we look at our debt service fund, the revenues and expenditures are balanced. It is a balanced budget, and our expenditures are going to amount to $6,805,900. And at the last item are capital projects funds, and they will be budgeted at $15,477,696. For the all three funds, the total revenues will be $263,897,299, and total appropriations will be $263,806,385. The next slide is a budget summary strictly for the general fund. And as you know, we've got our general funds listed in there from Fund 101, Food Service, all the way down to Fund 199, the General Fund. You'll note that each fund is individually balanced with the exception of Food Service. Again, their revenues are exceeding their expenditures. It will produce a positive fund balance to them, which means that they will be adding to their fund balance. The next slide is a two-year comparison of the general fund, debt service, and capital projects funds. When we look at our local program revenues, the proposed budget is $94,742,312 compared to last year's original budget of $90,958,108. When we look at state programs, that amount proposed for next year is $133,544,627 compared to the original budget for last year of $137,939,170. We're moving on down to federal program revenue. The proposed revenue for the next budget cycle is $20,132,664 compared to last year's original budget of $21,131,995. Other sources, we had none budgeted last year, nor do we have any this year. And we are having some fund balance contributions. We're going to go down debt service. We'll have no fund balance contributions. They didn't have any last year, and we're not proposing any for next year. But when it comes to our capital projects funds, the 619 fund, the 620, and the 698, of course, they will all have their carry forward fund balances, which is what we're going to use to pay for their appropriations this coming year. So the grand total revenues proposed for next year are $263,897,299. Now we're going to look at our appropriations, and we've got our payroll cost at $195,639,733. Contracted repairs and maintenance, $14,064,943. Supplies and materials, $20,398,420. Other operating costs, $5,615,542. Debt service, $12,711,051, and capital outlay of $15,291,696. And other uses budgeted at $85,000 for a total budget for next year of appropriations of $263,806,385. And if we look at the very bottom, again, you're going to find the excess for food service, Fund 101, the excess of $90,914. Now we're going to look at a two-year comparison of appropriations by object code. And again, this includes the general fund, debt service fund, and capital projects fund. You look at the payroll cost. Again, we're looking at payroll cost of $195,639,733. Contracted services, $14,064,943. Supplies and materials, $20,212,420. Other operating costs of $5,615,542. Debt service, $5,905,151. And a zero appropriated for capital outlay. outlay in this scenario. Again, that is a total proposed budget of $241,437,789. If we look at that, one of the key areas I wanted to point out was the payroll cost. When we look at our payroll costs, we're always interested in trying to keep payroll cost in line with best practices. So what we have right now is based on our gross payroll cost to total budget. It's at an 81.03% of total budget. When we look further down the page, you're going to see the payroll cost, the percent of total less the non-monetary on behalf entry that we're required to post for TRS. And that's a more realistic view of what our payroll costs are as a percentage to the total budget, and that is 80.13%. Historically, we've tried to keep our payroll costs at about the 80% mark. We are at 80.13%. Again, a lot of it has to do with a lot of adjustments we're making as we move forward and providing for some compensation. Our largest compensation package happened during HB3. Last year we did not provide for those, but this year we've come back in with a 2.5% increase in payroll costs. It also factors in the employer contributions, which are part of our compensation plan, which is the increase that we have budgeted for the health plan, which is an additional $25 per employee per month to help with that cost. If the district had not picked up that cost as an employer expenditure, the other option would have been that the employee would have taken it on. So we did not go that route, and the employer picked that up. And then there was a small increase due to the unemployment self-funded fund, as we went ahead and added, again, employer contribution to that to help us with the increase and rise in some of the unemployment claims that occurred as a result of the pandemic. So we are at 80.13%, but I do want to note that what we're finding is that we started with that 80% many years ago. And what we're finding now that our colleagues in other districts in Texas are now finding that most districts are anywhere between 80 to 85% of their budget represents their payroll costs. So it's just something to keep in mind, but we might see this move up a little bit more as we continue to work with compensation for our staff. This next slide will be delving into a little bit regarding the other two funds that will be approved, or we're asking for approval on Monday. The first one is the Debt Service Fund. The Debt Service Fund is a governmental fund that accounts for expenditures for the retirement of bonded debt and interest on bonded debt. And then we've got Capital Projects Funds. Those are used to account for and report financial resources that are restricted, committed, or assigned to expenditures for capital outlays, including the acquisition or construction of capital facilities or other capital assets. In fiscal year 2019-2020, the district issued maintenance tax notes in connection to environmental cleanup, maintenance, repair, rehabilitation, replacement of heating, air conditioning, roofing, electric, or other facility needs of existing school properties. In addition, other sources are identified by the Board of Trustees have been assigned for special capital projects. On this slide here, we are going to be reviewing the revenue streams for this. And what we have is we have the debt service with total revenues of $6,805,900. And we don't have revenue streams for the other three funds, the other three capital funds, because that cash is coming through fund balance for them. And now we're going to look at the appropriations. Again, debt service has total appropriations of $6,805,900, and with a projected fund balance of 0. It is a balanced budget. When it comes to Fund 619, projected appropriations are $1,408,466. When we look at Fund 620, our maintenance tax note, appropriations are $12,322,428. And then we have our final fund, our McAllen ISD Capital Projects Fund 698, with appropriations of $1,746,802 for total appropriations of $5,477,696. slide here is a representation of our other funds. The funds that the Board of Trustees do not approve, so we presented them to you for informational purposes. We do have our special revenue funds listed. They begin with Title I, Part A, Improvement for Basic Programs, and come all the way down to Fund 461, Campus Activity Funds. The one fund I did want to make note of is Fund 282. That is our ESER 3 fund. That is one of our new funding sources for this year. We did start off with ESER actually had an ESER 1, an ESER 2, and an ESER 3. So ESER 1 is actually stated up there. It's Fund 266. We're pretty much getting ready to wrap that grant up. We've got appropriated for next year on that particular one, $119,361 left to use out of that. It was funded at $9,070,000. So we're getting ready to wrap up that funding. So that moved us into ESER 2, and as y'all know, ESER 2 was just approved late last week, but we don't have all the funding information on that. We do know it's going to be about $39 to $40 million. It's not listed on here. We'll still need to work on the application and look at the allowability on that one. Although they have indicated there is going to be some extent of supplanting due to the hold harmless provision, and we had been hearing that pretty much for the past few months. And so now what we have on here of interest is Fund 282, ESER 3. And if you look at the appropriations for next year, it's $13,972,219. Those include that one-time staff retention stipend that we referred to earlier during this presentation. Again, that's a $3,000 stipend, and that is costing the district $12 million to execute that particular stipend, including fringe benefits. The remainder, which is close to $2 million on there, has to do with some other allowable expenditures that have been vetted and we're moving forward with. So I just wanted to point that out to the trustees. In addition to that, we do have our proprietary funds at the bottom. We do have Project Safe and Secure. We have our pre-K tuition PACE program, and we also have our print shop. Again, going back to special revenues, we do have special revenue funds totaling $46,833,441. With our proprietary funds totaling $538,775 for a total of $47,372,216 between the special revenue funds and the proprietary funds. To just give you additional information regarding the enterprise funds, it does include our Safe and Secure program, and it is located at the following 8 elementary campuses, which include Milam, Rayburn, Garza, Gonzalez, Castaneda, Sanchez, Perez, and Hendricks. We also have our tuition-based pre-K fund, which is an enterprise fund, and it provides a focused full-day pre-K program where children have hands-on, purposeful opportunities for learning, and availability is at all elementary campuses based on seating availability. And then we have our internal service funds. Internal service funds are used to account for the financing of goods and services provided by one organizational unit of the district to another organizational unit of the district on a cost reimbursement basis. And those include the print shop, the health insurance fund, the unemployment compensation fund, and the workers' compensation fund. Again, going back to the pay information, we have covered this with y'all on several occasions during this presentation. Again, reiterating, teachers and librarians are receiving $1,410. In addition to that, all other employees are receiving 2.5% of the pay range midpoint. And again, we are recommending the one-time staff retention stipend of $3,000. But we'd also like to add and let the Board of Trustees what our intentions are moving forward with ESER funding. At this point, as we're looking the ESER funding is a 3-year grant. So what we're proposing is that for next year, we are proposing the $3,000 retention stipend. And then $1,000 for fiscal years 2022, 2023, and also for fiscal year 2023 and 2024 to be paid out in December respectively, and that is pretty much as we have already outlined the eligible employees, the hours worked, including bus drivers and bus aides, and to be paid out in December of those respective years.
May I ask a question on that?
Yes, sir, Trustee Veller, please.
Ms. Richards, if it were my business and I want to retain my employees, I would put the fat end of the carrot at the end of those 3 years. I think our retention rate would be much greater if you put, not necessarily in those numbers, but if you went, I don't know, 12 or 1,500 in 2,000, or 1,250, 1,750 in 2,000, something like that. So you don't lose them after the first year.
Yeah, and a very good point, a very good observation. The reason we went with the 3,000 in the first year is because we felt that this is the crop of staff that kind of stood with us through the really difficult period that we had this past school year. And so we really wanted to find a way to recognize the efforts that they gave the district in terms of the remote learning, the additional task and the hours they spent during that period of time. So our intent was to provide for really the larger stipend this coming year, again, in order to recognize the staff and the effort and the hours they put in during the COVID period, which began March of 2020. For the most part, through March of this year, we're just now starting to see the skies open up a little bit regarding that. But, you know, this is staff that not only stayed with us through, you know, the latter part of last fiscal year, March, April, May, and June. They continued with us this entire school year, and a lot of them have stayed with us coming up to this next school year. That's one of the reasons we looked at the higher amount, the $3,000 this year, with perhaps a sliding scale for the next 2 years. Although we are saying we'd like to see a minimum of $1 million, it obviously is still open for discussion during those budget periods. But right now we are looking at.
And that's precisely why I want to keep them for 3 years and not just one,
Yes, sir.
because they did get us through the rough time.
Absolutely. And
Oh,
like
I
I
know.
said, we did want to indicate that we're looking at a minimum of 1,000, but we certainly are open for dialogue when we start working on those particular budget cycles. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Trustee Suarez.
Mr. Chair, I have some questions, but before doing that, I'd like to make some comments and observations to everyone in this room and people that are listening and also watching us online or through online. And that is that every board member here gets phone calls from different dynamics. We get the emails and the phone calls from employees, and we also get it from the constituents, worried about how they're going to pay their taxes, worried about letting us know that, you know, a tax increase would be detrimental to them and their finances. And so as we sit in this board, it's not just that, oh, we don't want to give a pay raise, or, oh, you know, look what everyone else is doing. The fact of the matter is that we're limited on what we can do because of the amount that we tax our community. And that's the privilege of working, or the privilege of living in McAllen, is that your tax rate here is a lot less than it is in neighboring cities. And so when you're wondering why neighboring districts are able to do what they do, because their constituents are paying the price as well. And if it's hard to buy a home in McAllen now because of your tax rate, imagine what would happen to us if we increase taxes and then you would want people to move in McAllen. It wouldn't happen at all because we would tax them out of the city. And so we're in a very unique situation to where our board has brought something to us, and I just want to make sure that I'm understanding this correctly. We are proposing a 2.5% increase to their salaries.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And just so that everyone understands this, when we do that, that means next year and the year after and the year after, that increase has taken away from our budget, right? So
It is a recurring expense.
it's a recurring expense. So we know right now that McAllen has no growth, zero. People are not dying and moving to McAllen. There's not tons of subdivisions coming in here. We've been projecting for the past few years that the amount of kids we're losing for different dynamics, whether it be charter schools, whether it be because they're finding homes somewhere else, we know that is a trend, and we're still willing to make that sacrifice. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Looking at the ESSER funds, we're proposing, well, you know what, I don't even want to get to the ESSER funds now. Let's talk about the contributions to our healthcare. How much did we contribute per employee?
$25 per employee per month, and we estimated that the cost of that for the district for the year was approximately $800,000.
Okay. So aside from the 2.5%, it's the $25 a month times 12 months for each employee, right? Okay. Then we're going to the ESSER funds. In 3 years, if my math is correct, and it was pretty simple math, but I might even mess that up, it's $5,000 per employee. Am I correct?
Over the course of 3 years.
Right. Total of,
Based on what we're presenting tonight, for the future budgets, that could be something that could be reconsidered.
right. So they will receive 2.5% increase. They will receive their contribution to the healthcare. And they will receive $3,000 in December and $1,000 the next year, and $1,000 the year after.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so each employee, if they stay with us at 3 years, will get a total of $5,000 from the ESSER fund. Is that $20 million?
That's $20 million, yes, sir.
$20 million.
$20 million,
At no cost to the taxpayer?
Yes.
No tax increase, none of that?
yes, sir.
Not true.
It will be on the federal side.
It's on the federal
Right,
side.
right, right.
It's
but
still coming out of.
I understand, but no, right, I'm not saying that, but what I'm trying to say is, we're not increasing property taxes
Yes.
to where it would affect it. Like, if we don't spend the money, it's still going to affect us anyways. I mean, the money's already been given to every district.
It's called income tax.
I understand.
It's called-
I mean, I understand, but I mean, it's nothing that we can do as a board to change that. I mean, that's our government. That's what they decided to do. Okay. So it's not like if we give the money back, McAllen, all the constituents from McAllen are not going to get hit in their income tax, right? I mean,
No, sir.
all right, all right. Okay. All right, that's it. Thank you.
I have a couple questions.
Yes, sir. There are only 2 more slides. Is it okay we go over the last 2 slides? I will recognize you, and
Okay.
if you want to start speaking, you have the floor, or you could defer to the last
I'll
2
wait.
slides. All right. But as soon as she's done, you have the floor.
Okay.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Now, the next slide, the next 2 slides I wanted to present on were just to present what we'll present to you tonight, what will be presented to y'all as trustees on June 14th as we request for approval from our trustees. So there will be 1 agenda item with 2 approvals on there. The first one will be the approval of the accelerated instruction funds. And so you will be seeing this actual format on there. The accelerated instructional funds budget is $90,765, and it is broken down with most of that in function 11 for $89,550. We have some in curriculum development of $1,115 and school leadership of $100. So that will be the very first approval on that particular board agenda item for next year's budget approvals. The second one is the one, and you've seen this slide earlier during the presentation. It is what you will be seeing on next Monday, and it will be the approval of the general fund for appropriations of $241,522,789. The approval, and the general fund does include the food service, or our child nutrition program in there. Our debt service fund, appropriations of $6,805,900. And also approval of our capital project funds of $15,477,696. So those are the 2 items that we will be requesting approval of on Monday.
Those will be the actual items listed on the agenda, 2
Yes, sir.
separate.
It'll be slide 16 and slide 17. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Richards.
Thank you. And that does conclude my presentation.
Thank you for your presentation. Trustee Alvarado, you now have the floor.
Thank you, sir. And just before I start, Mr. President, I've kind of not stayed away from talking about this, but looking at it legally, I don't have a conflict because my wife's a teacher, because we're voting as a whole. I have a conflict if we're voting on my wife's individually, and obviously I can't. So therefore, I'm going to include myself in the conversations. I won't talk about summer school because that's voluntary. She's teaching summer school, so that I won't touch, even though I had some questions just out of abundance of caution. So I just publicly want to say that. On the 2.5, and I wish Mr. Perrin was here because I don't know the legality of it, so I don't know where to go with this question. And again, I'm just asking because I want to see where we're at, because I heard the public comments, and I agree with the teachers spent a lot of money during the pandemic. Wi-Fi at their house, maybe it was not good. They had to go and spend money to boost it. There was a lot of cost. So I know what we're doing at 3,000 is good. We do have a lot of ESSER money coming in. I mean, it's public. It's there. I know we're using it for stuff. What I'm asking is if we can get to the 4%. We're at 2.5, 4%. I know it's recurring, but can we do it for the next 3 years, saying that we're going to go to 4%? For the next 3 years, add 1.5 basically, and put it in terms like that.
Okay.
And how much is 1.5 per year for everybody?
We already know that 2.5% is $1,410.
Okay.
We already know that for teachers and
Okay.
librarians. So when we look at that, the 3,000 is, we're now tripling that. So in essence, if I just do my simple math and kind of look at it, I'm thinking a teacher is getting 1,410, which is 2.5%, another 1,500, and another 1,500 would be another 2.5 and 2.5. So even this year, you're probably averaging about 7.5% because they'll, in essence, receive $4,410 between the $1,410 being funded through the general fund as our regular compensation increase. And then you add the $3,000 from the one-time stipend from federal funding, that is $4,410.
Okay.
So we're there already.
What's the
And
total if the 2.5, if we went to 4%? The difference is 1.5 though. Maybe I missed that. What's the difference in millions? Is it $3-4 million? Is it
21.
21?
Well,
So what you're saying is you're giving the 7% right now. Trustee Alvarado is asking for the 4%. What you're saying is they're actually getting 7% right now, but it's not a reoccurring cost, so the district's not going to, based on our ADA and things like that, if we can't afford it in a few years, it's not going to be a reoccurring cost.
Right.
Right.
Only the 2.5.
Just the
only
2.5.
the 2.5 will be recurring. The one time will be strictly one out of federal funding.
So basically what they're asking, they're getting.
She's saying what I'm asking we're already doing. Okay. And so then we're the way you're doing
And
it.
then some.
I got you. I understand.
We're above the
I understand.
4.
But it's not a reoccurring cost. So like if then the school district is jumping up 4%, we're still down here.
Right, the
And so
2.5
gap
is the recurring, and
Right.
so I understand what you're saying, though, is what is the cost of adding another percent, though? I'm just asking whether it's under ESSER or just under our budget. So if I say I want to vote on 3.5 pay increase, what is that? We're now 2.5. If I want to go to 3.5, what's 1% increase? What does that represent in millions?
It'll probably be a little over $1 million because the 2.5, if I'm correct, Mr. Miller, I think it was $4 million for that increase. It was a little.
And I won't hold you
was
to it.
right
It's
at
not.
the $4
I know
million
it's not a
mark.
fair question.
Yes, it was right at the $4 million mark.
I'm not asking for exact, just want someone else. I'm just trying to figure out, because what I'm trying to get with this, Dr. Gonzalez, I think it'd be my opinion again, and not buying or selling. If we can get to the 4% at least for the next 3 years, I think that'd be good, and letting the teachers know we're only giving you 2.5 where it's recurring, but we're going to give you the 1.5 with ESSER money. Because what I'm afraid is there's a lot of ESSER money out there, and people are going to really just question us on where we're spending it. I think the number one priority has got to be our teachers and staff right now, and then we can kind of just my opinion. So I know what we've done is really good. I think this is a chance to maybe be a leader this time on it. My thoughts. Just it is. I appreciate it, Mr. President.
Yes, sir.
If I may, Mr.
Yes, sir.
President.
Go ahead,
And
talk.
here we had some scenarios, and I just pulled up very quickly a workshop we had earlier this year.
Yes.
And because you were asking about the one, and so we have some estimates. The 1% would have equaled to about $560 for students, 1% for other staff, $2.5 million.
It's 2.5.
I placed it on
Yeah.
the board. I knew I had it really quickly.
I would suggest leaving that for right now because there are
Okay.
probably going to be more questions.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Richards, for finding that. It really
Yes.
helps. Dr. Gonzalez.
And this dialogue is very helpful, but to the point, I know that at this point, as we look at the reoccurring, based on the budget that we have right now and balancing
Right.
it, I think that the 2.5 is where we
I
feel very
agree.
comfortable. Now, the one thing
I
to keep
agree.
in mind, the caveat to that is that at this point, we're recommending $3,000 in December. We're saying that the following December would be 1,000, and the December after that, another one. But that doesn't mean that next year, as we get closer to it and we look at some expenditures of ESSER funding, that $1,000 can't be higher.
Let me ask you this way, because maybe I'm not asking it, maybe, Ms. Richards. The ESSER money is already earmarked. There's a lot of it already earmarked for certain things that we have to spend it on. Am I correct?
They've defined the allowable expenditures. We as a district haven't scheduled out our plan yet. That's exactly what
okay.
we're going through right now through
Okay.
public participation and input. That's part of the requirement through ESSER 3. So right now we're providing surveys to our community. We're querying our community to get their input as to what are their priorities. So we're working on, that's phase one of what we've got to do. Once we determine what those priorities are, then we weigh them against the allowability components of the grant.
Yeah.
And then that's how we.
Then I
take it.
jumped ahead. I jumped ahead,
But
because
this-
I jumped ahead on.
If I may,
process.
this would be our first step in earmarking $20 million.
I got you.
Right? We would say that $20 million out of
Perfect.
the approximately $130 million would be earmarked for staff. It doesn't mean that can't fluctuate as we move into the future.
So teachers right now are going online saying, spend more money on teacher salary, right? That's what they're doing right now on the intent.
And we do want to compensate our staff to the fullest with regards to ESSER.
I know we are. You answered my question. I
Okay.
jumped ahead. I forgot about the process, Dr. Gonzalez. I understand the 2.5. I wish we could do more, but the recurring. But hopefully, maybe on the ESSER, we can be a little bit more creative. Maybe instead of 3, 4. I'm just understanding, seeing it from firsthand. There was a lot of money spent on out of pocket. A lot.
And just to reiterate, I know we went back to the question of the compensation plan. And, I think we've gone over, when it comes to the recurring expenditure, that's the $1,410 that they'll receive. They'll get, of course, we just talked about the $3,000. So when it comes to teachers and librarians, you're talking at, the $4,410.
I'm going to suggest.
Part of that package, and I think it's just important for us to remember, and I know it's not, well, in a way it is money in your pocket because it's not money out of your pocket, is the health insurance. For each employee,
ma'am.
we pay approximately $5,496, almost $5,500 that we contribute on the employee's behalf for their insurance. And I recognize that some of us will not choose the basic plan, and maybe we go for the high plan and we contribute our premium on there. But even with that in mind, we are contributing almost $5,500 per employee per year for health insurance. If the employer didn't pick up that cost, then in essence, it would be being deducted out of our paychecks.
Well,
Mine
it's-
and everybody's included.
If I can, Mr. President?
Yes, sir, of course.
Yeah, that's a great point, because a family member in a neighboring school district is not covered at 100%. So when there was a surgery and it was a lot of money, only 80%. So that was a lot of money out of pocket. So I know what you're saying, and I think that's something that we need to, to discuss, because even the $25 times the year, that's, about $300 that the employee's saving, a little bit more, but that's good. So I'm concerned, because what I don't want to do is say, let's give 4%, and then on this side, we raise it, because that wouldn't be fair to the teachers either. So I know we're trying to find a balance, and again, I understand where you're at. It's easy for me to say pay more. I get it, especially, I'm not saying on the recurring, I'm just saying on the ESSER, but what you're telling me is we're not there yet. We committed $20 million. It might be more, but we just don't know. That's what I'm hearing, and I'm good with that.
Thank you, Mr. Any other questions, comments?
I want
Trustee
to
Suarez.
piggyback and make a suggestion to the board, and that is to be very strategic on where the rest of the money and how the rest of the money is spent. If we look at our facilities master plan, every year we have in our budget to allot a certain amount of money, for example, for HVACs, right? if we're able to use the ESSER funds to do something like that and invest in our maintenance, in our facilities, that's money now that we don't have to tie up from our budgets, which means now that money could be used for long-term goals. If we know that for the next 15 years, we don't have to replace HVAC units because we decided to use a good chunk of this money, then now we can look at how we can invest in our employees long-term, kind of what you were saying, you know, let's look at a percentage or two, but to be able to, as much as we want to say, hey, here's 4% because you deserve it, we would put the entire district in jeopardy of going broke. And I think there's a way to do it. I have complete faith that the administration, with the direction of the board, can get there. But I just ask the employees out there watching this and listening to this to be patient with us and know that if we use this money strategically the way it was meant to be, I think in the long term, we will see the benefits that every single person in this room and every employee deserves. So just be a bit patient with us.
I just
Trustee?
wanted to point out that
Go
on
ahead.
slide 4 is where we talked about the health insurance, and right up there's where we talked about the 5,400.
Is there any way you can make that a little larger?
I was, let me see.
I mean, we have it on our screen, so I can see it,
Yes,
but,
yes,
but the audience may not be able to. And I'm assuming online, they'll be able to, they're seeing this, they're able to see it on their screen? Okay. There we go.
And we've got that 4,000.
Thank you.
That 5,496, so it is coming in from.
readers now?
Now, this presentation is going to be, it's available to the public. It's through how? Open, it's going to be on our website? They don't have to go for open records, do it?
Yes, sir.
They have to go to open records? Oh, do we intend to put it on our website? Because if you do that, you don't have to go open records.
Yes, I can check with
Legal counsel and see if we can do that?
Well, if it's in board book, I mean, anybody can see it right now if it's presented.
Right.
Well,
It-
once the budget is approved, then it will be on the website.
Okay, fair enough. Trustee Aysad?
So, Ms. Richards, explain to me, refresh my memory on why the 3,000 has to wait until December and why it can't be August.
What we did is we were mimicking the one-time payment that we made this past year, which was in December. We were pretty much, we've got the parameters that have been vetted through legal counsel and that's been reviewed in terms of the period that we used, in terms of the eligible employees. And then we did do it in December. What we did find in December, of course, it was $300 this past December versus $3,000. But what we found from a lot of employees, even with that small amount, we were amazed at how many employees really liked it during that Christmas period. I think it really helped them while they were going through their Christmas expenditures. I know that as we move forward, some people, we have had concerns about taxes. That's about the time that property taxes get paid. We just felt that that was an opportune time that staff could utilize it for things that right now are very important to them. And one of them is their property taxes as we continue through the pandemic, and also to assist during the holiday period.
But if we so choose, then we could, that date isn't like a legal date that we have to use. We could say September 1st they get it, October 1st they get it. That's something that we're deciding in our.
Based on the range of eligibility from that September through December 1st range. We're requiring employees to be employed during that period is one of the requirements.
Okay.
To have earned it, to have earned the stipend.
So if I'm hired after December 21st and I'm here next Christmas, do I get the 1,000?
I would venture to say yes, because that resolution then would give us the new September through December of 22 dates updated, so yes.
The other, go ahead, trustee.
No,
the
I'm
other
just
floor.
saying, so, I mean, the goal is to reward people that were with us during COVID. But if you weren't with us during COVID, if you start after in December, let's say you start January of 2022, you're still going to get that 1,000, that 2,000, that 1 and 1
The following years,
the following years.
yes.
It's kind of twofold. It's to reward and it's
And
also
then
to entice,
to
and it's also
entice.
to retain.
recruit.
And so it's
Okay.
it's not only to reward.
Okay.
We want everybody that comes in and joins us to benefit.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, can I piggyback off first question?
Yeah. Trustee Isaias?
Yeah.
All
No,
right,
it's a
go ahead,
workshop. Go.
Trustee Alvarado, you have
I
the
think
floor.
I mean, I kind of know what she's asking. I kind of, same thing, is there a way to split up the payment? At least maybe do it 1,500 beginning for everybody who's eligible and do the 15 in December?
We could keep in mind that they are going to be receiving their pay increases as soon as their contracts begin this year. So we do have a group that's already going to be receiving their 2.5% in July based on the contract begin dates, July 1st, August 1st, September.
This is where I'm coming at. We've been in pandemic. They've been teaching from online. It's opening up to summer. People just want to go, if it's to the beach or somewhere, and money's tight, you know, for everybody, travel. If we could somehow get that money into their hands, they can decide. If the money come in my hands, I got kids going to college, we're going to save it for whatever, right? I mean, it is what it is. But I think if somehow, if we're going to do this, let's go the extra step. What you're doing, Dr. Gonzalez and the team, please don't understand my tone or anything. I'm extremely happy. I'm just pushing. And again, I'm being very cautious. I know I have a wife in the district, but not just her. I've seen other, and you know, I'm really worried about them, you know, retaining and all that. So I'm wondering if somehow we could come up with a compromise in that sense.
It certainly can be up for discussion. That's not a problem. Just keep in mind that this is not something that we could distribute by June 30th because this is the compensation plan
I
for next
understand.
fiscal year. So if you're talking about summer vacations have pretty much occurred by the time we'll be able to roll it out if it's prior to the December timeline, but it certainly can be distributed in
Yeah.
any manner that the board chooses to.
I understand.
That is up to the Board of Trustees to
Do we have the
determine
money
that.
now?
That was our proposal.
not yet.
We don't have the money now, right?
No, we don't. And
What-
the application still has to be submitted. The application still has to be approved. There's still things that need to occur with the actual funding before we're even in a position to start considering
And those are
distributing. We
things
felt
that-
December,
Yes.
we have everything in place by December.
And those are things, I guess, that we need to put it out there, because
Yes.
if we don't say that the money is not available right now, then it looks like we're holding the money, trying to get the interest, trying to do all those things. So that's why I'm trying to ask these questions. I think that's where you're going. If the money's not there, the money's not there.
Yes, sir.
But when do we anticipate the money being there?
Well, we first have to submit the application. The application is due in July.
Okay.
We're trying to submit it prior to that, but the official due date is, I don't have the date in front of me, but I think something like July 25th?
July
27th? July 27th. So we have to have the application in by July, and then at that point, it just depends on when TEA gets back to us on the approval.
Okay.
They don't commit to us with a timeline when they get back to us. They just get back to us when they're ready for us. And you've got to understand also from their perspective is they've got these applications coming in from every single school district in Texas. So there's a lot of them to review. So it may take a little longer just because of the volume they're looking at and reviewing and then subsequently approving.
Okay.
So I don't know when we'll get that response back from TEA, but certainly by December, everything should be resolved by then.
Okay, that makes sense.
Any other questions? Trustee Fornino.
Just a quick question. If we want to do this as a holiday bonus, or shall we say, I know we're calling it a retention payment, but if we're asking them to be a full-time employee through December 1st, rather than having to wait till late in December, can we do it December 15th, December 8th? That way, it can truly be used if they want to use it for the holiday gifts at that point. I understand what everybody's saying, and I appreciate that, but you know, if we're going to have September 1st to December 1st, that's great. So once you hit December 1st, December 8th or the 15th, let's give it to you, and that way you can use it rather than having to wait till the end of the month.
That we can probably do. Of course, we do have an internal process we have to go through also. We've still
Right.
got to go through the process of validating those employees that are eligible. So that takes some time in there. But we were planning on having a separate check run just for the retention stipend, and it does not have to occur at the same time as our regular December paycheck. So we can certainly look at that and see what we can do to see how early in December we can get that bonus out after December 1st. It's certainly something we can look at.
So it's going to be a separate check. Will people have the opportunity to say, keep it, put it in my 401k before taxes? Will they have that? No? Okay.
I mean, the only way they'd be able to do that is that they updated their payroll records prior to that.
Okay.
I mean, it's not that they can't.
Right.
The system will pick up whatever you've entered into the system. So if the employee wanted to go in there and say, up my 401k for this particular pay period by $2,000, then the system would pick that up. Of course, the employee would then have to turn around, and if they
change it
didn't
back.
want that to continue,
Right, okay.
to
Too
disable that and
confusing.
reset it.
Yeah, it'd be too
It's all
confusing.
on the employee's part, so technically, yes, it can be done.
Okay.
Any other questions from the board? I have a few. And thank you all for the participation. That was excellent. And frankly, I used to do that every year. I anticipated that bump,
Yeah.
and I would up it and then remember, put a calendar date to bring it back down in the next pay period. Because once it goes in, they can't take it out.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that's a great idea, though. What we're talking about is ESSER funds. And ESSER funds, had we not received the ESSER funds or the CARE funds or any of the other funds during this pandemic period, we would have been relying solely on what we were drawing down through ADA over the last really almost 2 years, 18 months for sure. Was there sufficient funds, had those funds not become available, that we would have come out in the black at the end of last year and this year in our budget?
No. If it hadn't been for the extra federal funding that the district received because of the funding that we have received some reimbursements for and some that we've submitted and are waiting for a determination on the reimbursement of, I think it would have been very difficult. Last year, we ended with a very slight net loss. I think it was about $350,000. That's extremely minimal when you are considering, as we looked at this budget and we looked at it, we're looking at a $241 million budget. To have had such a minimal loss of about $350,000 last year was really a great place for the district to be. This year, as we close, and we still need to look at our numbers and continue to monitor that, again, our goal, as it is always, and this year in particular, because this was pretty much a full 12 months of a COVID pandemic environment, we're hopeful that we will break even or very close to even like we did last year.
Now, I know you hesitated because another answer would have been possibly because we would have dipped significantly into our fund balance to offset any of those expenditures that we were over and put us into the black, which some boards had to do that by millions of dollars to balance their books.
Absolutely, and our goal is not to dip into fund balance. Last year, we dipped into fund balance for about that $350,000. The other thing that has helped us tremendously this year was the sale of property. Because whatever we sold, the proceeds.
You're talking
that
about
we
district
sold-
property.
Right, the
Yeah.
sale of district real property, the sale of real property for the district. So what happened when those sales were occurring as instructed by the trustees was that any of those proceeds were to be transferred to the capital projects funds to help complete the ag farm project. After that, what was left and was not needed to complete that project, we kept in the general fund to help offset a lot of the shortfalls in our revenue streams that we had. So I think that's going to be a tremendous help because that was close to $2 million that has helped the general fund this year.
And of that $2 million, 1.9 came out of that Jackson property.
Yes, sir.
Which we were hoping to use for other capital outlays, but evaporated just to cover our expenses.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So that was an extremely good revenue stream for the district during this past fiscal year. And of course, we are submitting for some of the CARES Act. And I know shortly we'll be having a presentation on federal grants. And so we'll have a little bit of updates on what's happening with some of those that we applied for.
Yeah, I just got a TASB notification that apparently TEA made available the ESSER 2 funds last Friday.
Yes, sir.
So that's now available, so the applications are beginning. July the 27th is the deadline. But part of that, it requires the districts to have at least 2 public comments where the board meets with the community and the administration. We meet with the community on 2 public meetings in order to get additional feedback to the survey that's already been taken before that request can go in on behalf of the district for how we intend to use our funds. Is
Yes,
that
sir.
correct?
The requirements are very similar to Easter 3. Of course, we haven't had any workshops regarding Easter 2, but they're telling us they'll be very similar to Easter 3. I believe that the application will be due September 3rd? or
September 2nd.
September
September
2nd
2nd.
for the Easter 2. So July 27th for Easter 3 and September 2nd for Easter 2.
Well, it's kind of a hint to the board that, we kind of made our schedule for the next 2.5 months, but it looks like from what I heard today, we may have to add at least 2 more meetings for public comment for these funds as part of the requirement in submitting our package. So that'll be another piece. So for the most part, if it wasn't for the Easter funds, we would not be talking about the 2.5 for this year. We would not be talking about initially 1,000, now it's at 3,000. None of that would be available to us to even consider, but for the Easter funds. It's not just for us, but most districts.
We would have moved forward with the proposal of the 2.5 because that's already in the balanced budget. We would have moved forward with the $25 per employee per month for the health contribution because that's already part of the budget. What we would not have been able to do was the additional $3,000 this coming year and the $1,000 that we're earmarking for the following 2 years.
Okay. So we're already, and again, the next 2 years, we got to be real clear. That's not etched in stone. That's up to the next budget cycle. We cannot make a commitment. We will not be voting on committing into next year's budget that amount when we vote on Monday. We're
Correct.
only committing to the expenditures for this year, which is at this time $3,000.
Yes, sir. The 3,000 and the 2.5% and the 1,410 for teachers and librarians. That
Okay.
will be the proposal on Monday. Yes, sir.
And so these are just conversations, so we can kind of start contemplating, giving you some feedback, kind of like what Trustee Vela was saying earlier. It does kind of make some sense, but and again, we have time because those are next year. Right now, we have to. I'm going to suggest that for purposes of kind of sensing where everybody might be, that we look at a 3% increase and what that might look like. A 3% across the board.
For when?
For this year. So in essence,
Not
what,
out of the general fund. We don't have the funding
No,
out
we
of
would
the
take
general fund.
we'd have to take it out. Are we allowed to take anything out of the ESSER fund into the percentage increase of the 2.5 going to 3%? Can we do that? No?
Not if you want that to be a part of their base salary.
Okay.
We took the 2.5 to the maximum. We could support the budget and balance it out.
Okay. I see what you're saying, because going forward, once ESSER's gone, we got to stay within our projected budget.
Yes, sir.
And so that's a reoccurring cost. And so we're pretty much at the max.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So even if we wanted to go to the 4, there's no way, not with the current funding.
As we looked, and I took the slide down, that 1%, 1% was 2.5 million, if I recall correctly from the screen. And we don't have 2.5.
All right. All right. Then I'm fine, obviously, have to be fine with the 2.5. I think 3 would have been better, but the funds just aren't there. And so we have to be realistic about what we have to work with. When I initially asked for the 1,000, I was happy when you all said yes. And then you came back at 1,250. I mean, I thought that was great, but when I heard others were at a much higher, I'm glad that we put our finger to the pulse and we're at 3 for this year. The item dealing with summer, which I know is under this year's budget. Summer school is this year's budget, right? It's not next year's budget because that didn't start until, we've already had summer school. Right now, we're at
First
30.
semester is under this year's budget, second semester is under next year's budget.
Okay.
Because of when they fall in the fiscal year.
Good, thank you. That helps me a little bit better. So then I'm suggesting, to start with, that the next year's budget be at the $50 mark for the second half, and we'll talk in a little bit about the first half.
I'll
Is that
defer
possible?
to Mr. Miller, I'm not sure what those rates are currently.
I understand it's $35 versus, and that's,
35 for summer school and 28 for camps currently.
and as we've been hearing from what other districts are doing, what we've heard from our staff, our employees, that 50 is an ask, so I think we're asking.
But
Okay.
Cindy, as far as ESSER funds, they could be used for summer school compensation.
Well, For the extended summer school that's addressing learning loss, we've got regular summer school, and that's not
I understand.
preventing. So those are the rates that are the $35 and.
Well, for sure in the elementary school, because we did not have, to the extent we're having the elementary schools.
So I guess for regular summer school, it's the rates that you just mentioned
Okay.
that we've got.
All right,
Now,
so-
if we did something, if we had summer school programs that were geared to assist with the learning loss, then those rates could be paid out of the Easter funding.
If I may, I'm sorry,
Yes, sir.
Mr. President. Just,
Quite all right.
I think that at this point, based on what students have experienced, we could say that every camp that we have right now is addressing learning losses.
Yes, sir.
Remediation.
So,
Yes, well, and we've got to go back and get clarification from
Yes.
TEA because there
We
is
could
some
do that.
discussion between regular summer school and additional programs that were implemented to address the learning loss. And I can't sit here right now and say that it would cover for both sets.
We could research it,
It'd have to be, yeah, we'd really have to check into that one.
But this year.
Go ahead, trustee
But this year,
Pena.
how do you determine that what's regular summer school and what's lost? It's catching everybody up
Right.
at this point this year. So,
Can I follow up on hers?
Yes, sir.
So
go ahead.
let's just say, how many teachers, does anybody know a number, how many are teaching summer school right now?
Every campus, every.
I don't know that.
300? 400. So let's say 250 of those are covered under ESSER, so it's about 150 left over, or no, do you know?
We have about 30 under enrichment.
Well, to get things moving, since it's not part of voting per se on the coming budget on Monday, it was brought up. I don't want to spend all the labor time because it's not really on the agenda, but I do think we ought to look into it as to what you've offered.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Gonzalez?
Can she tell us that real quick, Mr. Sam, just real quick?
Yes, of course, please.
Are you talking math and reading academies or
What's regular
everything
summer
else?
school versus everybody else?
There is no regular summer school. So right now, we have remediation, which is pretty much 80% of your summer school programs. The rest, like Dr. Gonzalez said, are enrichment, which is CTE, robotics.
Okay, you answered my question. Thank you.
Yeah. Based on what we just heard, and I think we all had a fairly good understanding of what our children have gone through, even if they're taking a regular, what would traditionally be called regular, no pandemic had occurred, there's still some loss there, there's still some learning, there's still some missing there. So, you know, I guess all I'm asking is that we do, let's get to the 50. Simply put, I'm reverting a little bit to my working days when I had to make a, directive to some employee, and while you're not an employee, you are. I would think the board's consensus is we would like to see it, a real exploration of 50 across the board, and we figure where it comes out of which pocket. But
we'll work to research and do what we can with ESSER, and if there's anything that ESSER doesn't cover, then we'll come back to the board for your consideration with local dollars.
all right, is that okay with the board? Do we have a consensus? Everybody's okay with that?
Except for you two.
All right. And those are all the questions I believe I had. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. And I appreciate you being cautious and guiding us through us and giving a direct explanation on the finance side. It's important for me anyway, and I'm sure for all of us, that we fully appreciate where we are under normal business operations, but where we are most importantly with using of these funds. And for me, tax dollar is tax dollar, and I want to get $1.50 for $1 or $1.25 for $1 and no waste, and it go directly to students, teachers, in class, the four walls inside that classroom, whatever equipment they need, whatever programs they need or services to catch them up, and I think we all want that. And as we hear from our community, it will help us map that out much better than we're able today. One of the things I was going to ask is to, not ask, but point out, it would be a little bit easier for us if we had a little preliminary, but it's not fair because that hasn't been finalized as far as the current. And so where people are putting certain, elements within each category until that is fully complete and is fully prepared for board's review and then obviously the community's observation of what everything's mapped out, then we can start making our decisions moving forward when it comes to the ESSERs.
Absolutely, and that's why the community input is very important as we move forward. That's going to be the foundation of all the decisions that are made with our ESSER funding.
Yeah, and at this point, board's kind of taking an initiative. That's what they elected us to do, to make some movement in the learning part by committing over the next 3 years of $20 million. It's my understanding the legislature did not take up the bill that would have allowed an additional 2 years. So I know one of the workshops we were talking, we thought we potentially would have 5 years. And it doesn't look like it's going to be part of the special session by the governor to put on the list. So it looks like that died. So we're back to 3 years. Is that correct? Yes, sir. Okay. Thank you.
Mr. President, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have spoken on summer school, so I apologize to disregard my comments.
No, it's okay.
I'll tell you when you can speak again.
I think we all wanted to at least delve into that a little bit.
I shouldn't have spoken on that, so.
That's quite right. Thank you, Mr. Donovan. Any other questions or comments from the board? Anything for the administration to present?
Yes, we have our next topic.
All right.
Our next topic is a review of federal grants.
Oh, there it is.
Okay. We do have a review of federal grants, and this report consists of 2 sections. The first one is the public notice of federal grants. This section is intended to provide notice of federal grant applications to the Board of Trustees as required per the recently approved update to CB Local. The second section is titled Federally Assisted Program Revenue. This section represents federally funded programs which we have identified as non-grants, and this section is for informational purposes only. We'll begin tonight's presentation with Dr. Rosalba de Hoyo. She will be reviewing the grants that the district currently has or is planning to apply for.
Thank you, Mrs. Richards. Good afternoon. I will provide the Instructional Services Federal Grant Overview, and the Instructional Services Director and myself are available to answer any questions that you might have. We start with the first one, Stop School Violence Mental Health Training Grant. Mr. Adrian Garza is our grant manager. The Stop School Violence Act of 2018 seeks to improve school security by providing students and teachers with the tools they need to recognize, respond, and prevent acts of violence. Specifically, the Stop Mental Health Training Grant is allotted federal funding for trainings in mental health and suicide prevention for McAllen ISD and the community. Currently, the funding is and has been utilized for payroll, for a licensed professional counselor to provide mental health trainings, and the grant is a 3-year funded project. Title I, Part A, Improving Basic Programs, our grant manager is Ms. Anjanette Garza. Title I is designed to help students served by the program achieve proficiency and challenging state academic achievement standards. The district provides supplemental academic services to children in pre-kinder through 12th grade who are at risk of not meeting the challenging state standards. Funds support instruction in reading and math and other core subjects, support parent involvement and professional development activities. Other services include supplemental programs to support high-quality education and other activities to close the achievement gap. Title II, Part A, Supporting Effective Instruction, Grant Manager, Ms. Anjanette Garza. The purpose of Title II program is designed to provide students from low-income families and minority students with access to effective teachers. The purpose is to develop, implement, and evaluate comprehensive programs and activities to address the learning needs of students. Title II is to be used for innovative and evidence-based activities to attract, select, support, and retain excellent educators in every classroom, in every school. Instructional continuity, Mrs. Anjanette Garza is our grant manager. This grant is designed to provide supplemental resources to support improve student outcomes and target support and improvement campuses. The purpose of this grant is to increase the capacity of a district to facilitate instructional continuity and distance, remote, and or virtual learning for identified campuses that have been affected by the campus closure due to COVID-19. Title IV, Part A, Subpart 1, Ms. Anjanette Garza, our grant manager. The purpose of Title IV program is to provide all students access to a well-rounded education, improve academic outcomes by maintaining safe and healthy students, and improve the use of technology to advance students' academic achievements. Title I, Part C, Migrant. Dr. Cynthia Bebon is our grant manager. The migrant funds are student-specific as the department is the only entity trained and authorized to recruit, identify, and certify migrant students in the district. Funds are supplemental to all other funding sources. For the purpose of the academic and social needs of children of migratory frameworkers, most of the expenditures are in a payroll category, and migrant funds are based on our unique student count between September 1st through August 31st of each year. The Perkins fee, Strengthening CTE for 21st Centuries. Mrs. Lilia Sandoval Silva is our grant manager, and this grant purpose is to strengthen 21st century programs of study that lead to high-wage, in-demand occupations. It funds paraprofessionals at high school campuses to support CTE counselors, teachers, and students, and CTE content instructional coordinators that support CTE teachers that lead to state-approved programs of study. IDA Part B formula. This is, the grant manager is Mrs. Maribel Elizondo. The purpose of this grant is to support all special education students' individual education plans by providing staff, professional development, resources, materials, and substitutes. The Part B for preschool is for the same purpose, but this is to support only preschool special education students' individual education plans. And then the Part B, discretionary for deaf, is the same purpose of the grant, but this is to support preschool deaf students' individual education plans. And then the last one for Mrs. Maribel Elizondo is the IDEA CECI. The purpose of this grant is to provide staff development for early childhood and the RSD staff that support the 24 districts, such as educational services center trainings, general supplies, reading materials for RSD students, as well as travel for trainings for the RSD staff. Gear Up. This Gear Up grant is currently supporting the incoming 10th grade row students, and our grant manager is Ms. Norma Cabrera. Funds are used to promote college readiness for identified Gear Up students. The goal is to help them graduate from high school and obtain a post-secondary degree. Funds are used to purchase resources for students and to provide enrichment opportunities for students, as well as professional development opportunities for teachers, staff, and to strengthen parental involvement. We also have a pending approval of an additional Gear Up grant, and this grant will be for the rising 7th grade students who are part of the class of 2027 for the McAllen Vertical team. The grant will provide funds to promote college readiness, and we're waiting for approval right now. Title III, Part A, ELA, and the grant manager is Ms. Rocio Nava. This grant funds are used to support the development and implementation of language instruction programs for English learners. Funds are used to provide professional learning and development for teachers, staff, and administrators, special language support teachers, enrichment programs, materials and resources to support the academic achievement and linguistic development of English learners. LEP Summer School, Mrs. Rocio Nava is our grant manager. This is a TA reimbursement for staff paid to teach required summer school programs. Reimbursement varies based on student participation. It is provided on a ratio of 18 students per teacher. Funds are used to pay teacher salaries for bilingual summer school programs. The Project RISE TIF grant. This grant was awarded to Travis Middle School to create highly effective teachers, leaders, and educators to aid in increasing students' academic achievement, graduation rate, and college enrollment. The grant has been used to fund stipends for staff to attend Project Rise approved trainings and for performance-based incentives. This is the last year that we have this grant.
Thank you, Dr. Lewis. Our next presenter will be Ms. Arely Benavides.
Are there any questions?
Any questions for Dr. De Hoyos? Before we go ahead, Trustee Suarez.
I have two questions. The first is, how many new grants have we applied for versus the previous, let's say, 2 years? And I know it kind of might be an unfair question to you because you just got in your position, but specific to, and let's just talk about mental health for a bit. I think all of us know now that after the pandemic, we're about to battle something that I don't know that we're ready to battle. Just the amount of kids and even employees that have been hurt by the pandemic. Is there additional grants out there that we're seeking and looking out for? And if so, what department is that? Who's looking for that?
We currently look for grants, and each director, each department goes and applies for them. Currently, that's how it is. So I can give you an example. Mr. Adrian Garza, which is right here. He right now is managing the STOP grant, and then this year alone, do you want to talk about that? He went in for another one.
Good afternoon. Currently, we have the STOP grant, and it's a mental health training grant. And we also went after one for SAMHSA, which is a mental health awareness training grant. So, I mean, they're not big grants, but they are funding these trainings for parents, students, and families, and of course, staff members as well. So, yeah.
Okay. I mean, I just wanted to be public and know that we're always out there seeking grants. And my second question is that we know of, have we recently in the past year or two ever had to give money back because we didn't meet the guidelines once we received a grant? We didn't meet the guidelines and that you're aware of?
No, typically we don't. A lot of our grants, they do allow for carry forward funds or rollover funds. So anything that's spent, of course, they're given their limitation. They can only carry forward 10% or 20% of the funding.
I was throwing you a softball. I let you get a free home run.
Yeah.
I'm more than positive we weren't able.
So we typically spend every dollar of the grants we use, and whatever doesn't get used can be rolled over to the next grant cycle.
Right, but I think my question was, we abide by all the requirements that the grant, I'm sure there's, when we apply for a grant, there's guidelines we have to follow. We follow all of them. We've never had to give money back because we didn't appropriate funds the right way or anything like that, right?
That appears during our annual financial audit. The auditors will sample audit some of our grants to determine whether we've had any issues with allowability on some of this. And yes, in the past, we have had some grants that they've identified, our external auditors have identified unallowable expenditures in them.
Bless you.
And some of them have required us to pay back TEA.
Thank
So
you.
it does happen.
Okay.
It does happen.
Fair enough.
Any other questions? Trustee Farina.
I have a question. Same mental health training grants, and Mr. Garza, I know that you've applied for some. Chief, is there anything out there that administration can help our PD with in looking for some of these grants to the specialized training for our officers that may be able to assist?
Good evening. Yes, absolutely. As a matter of fact, Adrian and I were speaking to that earlier when I came in. And those are things that we're looking at. Obviously, we work together on the STOP grant itself, where it's kind of intertwined with one another. So we're able to get those funds. But yes, we're currently looking at those and applying for some.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board? Thank you, Dr. De Hoyos. Ms.
Just want
Richards,
to
you have the floor.
reiterate that we minimize any findings in
No,
terms of grants.
No, I know.
And they do appear as findings as part of our external audit, and they are very few and far in between. Okay, our next presenter is Ms. Arely Benavides.
Thank you, Ms. Richards. The three grants that follow here are all related to ESSER. We have ESSER or ESSER? What's the right?
I would say yes.
ESSER. ESSER 1.
Tomato, tomato.
It'll work.
We understand.
Yes.
ESSER 1, this is a little over $9 million. Dr. Cynthia Bibon has been managing this grant. This grant, if I understand correctly, was largely supplanting a lot of our funds. And so we were able to use the majority of this to reclassify some 199 funds to the tune of about 8.2 million. And then what remained were used for some of our air purification projects in facilities. So, but largely this was used to supplant. ESSER 2 and 3, however, I think more funds of ESSER 2 will be available. However, we did just receive notice last week that part of ESSER 2 will also be used to supplant. We don't know how much of those funds will be used to supplant for hold harmless, but we do know that there will be a portion of that. And then whatever remains will largely match the requirements for ESSER 3. So ESSER 2 right now is 40 million plus, but like I said, that will be reduced once we know the amount that's going to be supplanted. And then ESSER 3, that's the one that we are actively working on now, aggressively trying to get that application submitted by June 25th, even though it is due in July. That's a little over $90 million. We do have it broken up into parts, 60 million and 30 million, in the way that the funds were released by the state. And right now, this is the effort that is actively being monitored so that we can get the public input we need so that we can start delineating the use of the funds.
That conclude your presentation? Thank you, Ms. Benavides. Any questions from the board? Just a quick, when we say we're applying, is it TEA we're applying? Is it to the comptroller?
We're submitting it to TEA.
TEA,
yes.
good. Just want to be sure. Thank you. Ms. Richards?
Then we'll move on. I'll be presenting on the last 4 grants that we have to report on. The first one I have is the Stop School Violence Grant. The term was from October 1st, 2019 through September 30th of 2022. It was for $250,000, and the grant manager is Chief Silva. And the purpose and use of these funds were that the students and teachers, the purpose of the funding is for students, teachers, and officers Preventing School Violence Act of 2018, gave the community-oriented Policing Services Office authority to provide awards directly to states, units of local governments, or Indian tribes to improve security at schools and on school grounds in the jurisdiction of the grantee through evidence-based safety programs and technology. The district has utilized the funds to purchase software, which allows for the community to anonymously report concerns, also for the purchase of police radios for emergency communications, and computers to monitor and respond to reported concerns that warrant investigations. The district's future purchases include more desktop computers to utilize in the course of investigating anonymous reports. The next grant we had was the Corona Relief Fund, or the CRF, Prior Purchase Reimbursement Program, also referred to as PPRP. The term of that grant was from March 13th, 2020 through December 30th of 2020. The grant was for $673,522. The grant manager was Adil Felix. The purpose of this reimbursement program is to facilitate distance learning, including technological improvements in connection with school closings to enable compliance with COVID-19 precautions, and for developing online learning capabilities necessary to continue educational instruction in response to COVID-19 related school closures and safely reopening schools. The district requested reimbursements for 2 allowable lease payments related to the technology refresh, Phase 3 and Phase 4, as the only phases that met the term of the grant requirements. The requested amounts only include the portion due to devices only. No other items were allowed. This was a one-time grant, and there are no future opportunities. I am pleased to say that we did receive the fundings for this particular grant of the $673,522. The next one is the Coronavirus Relief Fund. Again, it began March 1st of 2020, ended on May 20th of 2020, And we've submitted this application for an estimated reimbursement of $746,256. It is still pending review, so we don't know yet what the outcome of that reimbursement is. The grant manager was, again, Adele Felix, and the purpose was very similar to the prior purpose. It's for reimbursement program, again, to facilitate distance learning, including technological improvements in connection with school closing, enabling compliance with COVID-19 precautions, including payroll and benefit cost of educational support staff and faculty responsible for developing online learning capabilities necessary to continue educational instruction in response to COVID-19 related school closures. The district requested reimbursement for COVID-related purchases for the time period of the grant, including face masks, sanitizers, gloves, hotspots, and delivery equipment. Additionally, request reimbursements for labor costs related to the week of spring break, which people were off contract during that week, to facilitate distance learning and remote work for employees, as well as hazard pay for employees who are required to be on site during official school closings for the term of the grant. And the final one that I have is the Coronavirus Relief Fund Operation Connectivity. That one, the term was from March 1st through December 30th of 2020. The total amount for that grant was $2,364,483, and we were required a county match, which we received of $843,049. That has been completed, and we have received those funds. The grant manager was Adele Felix. The purpose of this grant was to facilitate distance learning, including technological improvements in connection with school closings to enable compliance with COVID-19 precautions, and for developing online capabilities necessary to continue educational instruction in response to COVID-19 related school closures and safely reopening schools. The district utilized these funds to purchase over 16,000 hotspots to provide device connectivity to students. The program allowed for 75% coverage from TEA. If the district provided a 25% match, if the district provided a 25% match of funds, the district partnered with the Hidalgo County to receive the matching portion of that.
Question.
Trustee Vela.
On that particular item, so is it 2.3 plus the 8.4?
Yes, sir.
Well, 2.3 isn't 75% of that total, is it? Or is it?
I have to go back, but yes, sir, it'll match up. We do have the calculator. Let me go back and pull that one up. I'm sorry, it was the 2.3 makes up 100% of that.
Okay.
With the 843 making up 25% of the matching. Yes,
Okay.
sir. Yes. It was the total of the 2.3 and all. Yes.
We're good? Okay.
So we did receive funding for 100% of that initiative.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Richards.
That concludes this report. We do have one final report.
Before we move on, just so we had one question. See if anyone else had any questions on this portion? All right. Go ahead, Ms. Richards.
The final report has to do with a review of campus programs, and Ms. Bridget B. will present on that topic.
All right, good evening, and it's just a quick overview. Rosalba will share it for you. It's just really a resource for all of you. It lists the grades, the accountability grades, the last time we kept them, and that was for the academic year of 17-18, so that's the first academic year that we released scale scores and letter score, and of course we've had distinctions before. In the 18-19 column, if you could keep it on the high school, please. On the 18-19 column, it's highlighted in beige just because we wanted to sort this Excel so that you could see the highest performing scale score down to the lowest, and that's consistent from the high school down to middle school, down to elementary with its letter grade. Something to kind of help because we hear a lot of different terms used, and so we wanted to help with this resource in including the campus programs for McAllen ISD so that you would have a quick look, if you will, at this chart as a resource, and it'll let you know there's only 2 framework of student learnings that we offer in McAllen ISD, so this will let you know which campus is offering the IB framework student of learning and which is offering the STEAM framework of learning. And then when we get to the green, the federal and state required services, this is essentially the instructional service division, Dr. Doyo's division. All of her directors that she has, it is required, and if you could keep it where we can see the headings. All of this division is required by Office of Civil Rights, it's required by ESSA, it's required by comp, state comp, the Title I, everything. We are required to provide services for special ed student population, bilingual ed student population, GT, migrant, and then we must be able to take care of the services that the students need, regardless of the student population that they're in, for dyslexia, 504, at risk. So all of that, we wanted to be able to kind of capture that instructional service division on the services. And I guess on that green, one would know that if there's ever any type of non-compliance because something is wrong, they pick it up by the coding, and immediately we have federal and state things checking, supporting, bringing us back into compliance if that was to happen. Of course, on campus programs, these are things that we offer to identify the type of framework of learning that we're giving. So again, this is just meant to be just a quick source for you. We did not have the A through F prior to this. So prior to this accountability, 16, 17, and prior would have been an index 1 through 4. It did not have a A through F type of measure or rubric. And so I hope this is helpful as you continue to make your decisions.
Thank you, Mrs. V. Any questions or comments? I appreciate you putting this together. I know we had some conversations about trying to get a summary for the board to see and reference. This is a conduit for further questions and maybe other documents that support any and all of these entries. Would that be fair to say?
Yes, sir. We'll be glad to help with any other type of summaries that will be needed for the board.
Thank you.
And just for clarification for Mr. Vela, that is a summation. The actual amount for this Operation Connectivity was a little over 3.2 million, with 2.3 coming from TEA and the matching of 843 from the county. So it's the sum. It's just a little, so it is. And we can go over that if you'd like to. I do have the paperwork on that. But it is the sum of both, a little over 3.2 million.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
That concludes our presentation for tonight. We really appreciate the Board of Trustees' input through this entire process. This will be our final workshop as we move forward to an approval and then implementing it next year. And we truly do appreciate each and every board member's input in terms of helping us develop the budget as we went along through these 8 workshops. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rich. Could you please bring up what the proposed cover, I know the document's there, but for the actual budget book that we'll be voting on Monday?
You'd
just
like
do
to
the
see
cover.
which one, sir?
Yeah, you just put the cover on up.
The 2 budget pages?
Yeah,
Is that what, okay.
the one that has the children on this front and it says budget.
Oh, okay, sure will, yes. Oh, I'm glad you mentioned that. I forgot to mention that we had included in there also was the annual budget book. So let me pull that up.
And a copy is already in our SharePoint, so, and for purposes of our conversation today, we're pretty much set. There's no additions or any new suggestions made by the board. So for the most part, what we're going to be reviewing as we review that budget book, it's pretty much ready to go for Monday. Would that be a fair?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, it is. And let me, I had it here.
It's okay if it's not ready available. I just, again.
I did have it. I know we sent it. You know what? I do have it here. Let me see. I can pull it out from here. Let me just grab it really quickly. Here we go. I'll pull that up. this what you're referring to?
Yep, that's
Okay,
it.
right. It's a 234-page document. And this will be the final book that we'll be presenting on Monday. Yes, sir.
Very good. Any other questions from the board? We appreciate Dr. Gonzalez, the executive leadership team, for all 8 budget workshops and the conversations we've shared to arrive at this point where we're now ready to put this on our agenda for next Monday, June the 14th, the 2021-2022 annual budget booklet. So unless I have any other questions, do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Trustee Farina, motion to adjourn, second? Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Trustee Peña. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. The ayes have it 7-0. We are adjourned at 6:19 PM. Thank you. This is a special meeting of the Board of Trustees of the McAllen Independent School District, which is being held today, Monday, the 7th, 2021, which is 6:30 p.m. at the Texas Our Texas Staff Development Building, Achieve Early College High School, which is at 1601 North 27th Street, McAllen, Texas, 78501. For public comments related to this meeting can be held as follows. It can be on-site going to McAllen-ISD.org/page/public-comments. Or by public comment can also be done in person, subject to social distancing requirements at the Texas Our Texas Staff Development Building, Achieve Early College High School, which is at 1601 North 27th Street here in McAllen, Texas, 78501. Or by using the video conferencing site on our website, which is McAllen-ISD.org/page/school-board-meetings, or by simply calling in at 956-618-6094. So we've opened the meeting at 6:30 p.m. For public comments, there was no one that had posted by the due time. So we'll now proceed to item 3, which is we're going to recess into closed session. Board of Trustees may go into closed session pursuant to Section 551.071, 551.072, 551.074 of the Texas Government Code to discuss the following. 3A, superintendent recommendation to non-renew term contract employee who did not request a hearing regarding the proposed non-renewal of the employee term contract as per DFBB local. So at 6:31 p.m., we are recessed into closed session to discuss that one item. And I just
Thank you.
We're reconvening the 6:30 meeting of the Board of Trustees. Again, today is the Monday, June the 7th. This is a special board meeting at the Texas Art Texas. We had recessed at 6:31 to discuss an item regarding a non-renewal contract employee. So we'll now proceed to item number 4, which is approval of superintendent's recommendation to non-renew employee contract employee who did not request a hearing regarding the proposed non-renewal of the employee's term contract as per DFBB local. Dr. Gonzalez.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. On May 10th, 2021, the board accepted and took action on administration's recommendation to non-renew an employee's term contract for the 2021-2022 school year. The employee failed to request a hearing to appeal this recommendation. Therefore, board shall take appropriate actions to finalize the non-renewal of the term contract, and administration is recommending action on this item.
And just for the record, the board was in closed sessions for a few minutes to review this with the administration, and we took no action, no votes, so we're now in open session to now consider this item.
I'll move that the Board of Trustees approve the superintendent's recommendation to non-renew term contract employee who did not request a hearing regarding the proposed non-renewal of the employee's term contract as per DFBB local.
Second.
Second, we have a motion by trustee Alvarado, a second by trustee Farina. Any questions or comments from the board? Hearing none, we'll proceed to a vote. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, nay. The ayes have it, 6-0. Motion passes. We'll now proceed to item 5. This is to recess into closed session. The Board of Trustees may go into closed session pursuant to Section 551.071, 551.074 of the Texas Government Code to discuss the following: a summative evaluation, superintendent's performance expectations appraisal. So at 6:41 p.m., we are going into closed session.
Mr. President,
Yes, sir.
can you read the entire item on 5A? Summative evaluation and employment of the superintendent.
Hold on a second. I may not have that copy.
Not on our agenda.
It's not on my copy.
Our hard copy.
Is it?
Performance evaluation.
May I approach?
Yes, sir. Mr. Crane, I'm sorry, I still do not see it. Is it? Employment. Oh, got it. Okay, okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Crane. Board's legal counsel for clarifying. The copy I had did not have this one word, and I need to read it correctly. So I'm going to restate the whole closed recess, going into closed session. The Board of Trustees may go into closed session pursuant to Section 551.071, 551.074 of the Texas Government Code to discuss the following. 5A, summative evaluation and employment of the superintendent. So again, at 6:43 p.m., we are in closed session.
Mr. President, can I just clarify, is that on our, was that posted that way?
Yes, this is on the board book premiere. This is actually from our website, but it was a very good question to clarify, and this is actually from our board book.
Perfect.
Thank you. Thanks for clarifying. We're reconvening the 6:30 meeting of the Board of Trustees, which was a special board meeting today, Monday, June the 7th, which is being held at the Achieve Early College High School at 1601 North 27th Street in our Texas room, staff development building. We were in recess for item number 5, in which the Board of Trustees were discussing the superintendent's evaluation and employment. And no action was taken, no vote was taken in closed session, but a lot of good discussion. So we're reconvening now at 9:00 p.m. We'll now proceed to item number 6, which is approval of the summative evaluation superintendent's performance expectations appraisal. Do I have action from the board?
Move to approve.
It's been moved by Trustee Suarez, seconded by Trustee Vela. Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll proceed to a vote. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. The ayes have it, 7-0. Motion carries. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, been moved by Trustee Fonina, seconded by Trustee Aliceda, to adjourn the meeting at 9:02 p.m. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The ayes have it, 6-1. Motion carries. We are adjourned at 9:02 p.m.
Mr. Vela, you can stay here.
We
Yes.
He's there.